All right, we are a little late and definitely live. Hopefully, everybody had an awesome evening. We're going to go ahead and do some more mapping today. And I do want to go in and show, you know, I messed around a little bit last night with levels to see if what I did yesterday actually is going to work. Now it's going to look a little janky because I exported at a low resolution, which I'll end up exporting everything at 100% when I finish with this entire project. But let's take a look at what we have. All right, so this is Fantasy Grounds with everything set up. I went in and let's show you the wall settings. Went in and what I'm doing is I finished off this. I had to mess with, and this is where I say it looks a little bit janky. I got this so that the lines on the floor kind of line up. And when we export it 100%, it'll come in and it'll look like floorboards, not like little hash marks. But because we're making some of these buildings non-explorable because they're not named locations and there's no reason to go running around wasting time in there, I went ahead and put terrain walls in. And I mean, putting in terrain walls is pretty simple. Let me grab my pen. So if you're putting your terrain walls in, you're going to go here. Why is it doing that? And here. Now, you have to remember, even though we don't have this set up, and this is going to be a little bit of an issue when you're setting in lines like this, right? And my plan is to export this map with everything, including the terrain walls, set up now. What the fucking hell? Oh, you know what? Never mind. We're in a different program. So what we have here is this setup. Now with terrain marker or terrain lines inside of Foundry, what it does, it lets you see the terrain, but you can't see through it. And that's what we want for these types of houses. Now, right now, you notice we don't have the roof showing up here, but the character itself, when the player's in, this is what they're going to see. So if they walk around the building, and if you notice, because we put terrain walls on all these buildings, if you notice the line of sight, if there was something down here, in fact, do we have, yeah, we do. Let's just drop some stuff in here. So like we drop that zombie there, we can see it in DM mode, but the player can't see what's going on back there. So if they come over here, they'll start to see it. Once this gets past that block of blocking terrain. So about here, they'd be able to see it. So that's why you really want to set up your terrain markers, because it makes it so that things can hide and do the things that they're supposed to do. You don't want your players. And yeah, you can come in and do this, turn them invisible. Then the player even there, is not going to be able to see it. I mean, we can see it because we're the DM, but they won't be able to see it. But ideally, what you want is for terrain to do what it's supposed to do. And that is, allow something to hide or not be visible. So for all of these buildings that are not explorable, we're going to set those up so that the terrain works. But this is what the levels module will do for you. It'll allow you, and I'll show you, there's another option that you can do. Like right now, what they're seeing is this is a window, and when they're looking in through these windows on either side of the door that we placed, they're seeing the doors. Now, if we really want them to be able to see it, which you can set it up this way, right? You can come in and all right, so we're on roofs. You can come in here and why is this getting gimpy on me? Oh, come on. We were able to make these adjustments. Set it up for Twitch, and I'm going to set it up so that I get that boo-doo-doo when there's chat going on. So what is going on? Anyway, you can change. There we go. You can change how this works. And the one that kind of is nice, but this uses a lot of resources for your client, the players when they're in here, is this. So they'd be able to walk around and they'd see that's a door, right? Which is cool. And they'd be able to see everything that's inside, which right now there's nothing inside because we haven't decorated that yet. But, windows would actually work like windows. Now, what I don't like is, it eliminates this bottom part of the roof. So the roof doesn't extend out as much as it actually is. Over here it kind of grows back out. So it's kind of nice because you're then seeing the wall instead of the overhang. You can peek in windows and be a peeping Tom, all that good stuff. And, once you move up close to it, you're not seeing this. You're actually just seeing what's lighted there. I don't think I'd recommend running it this way, though, even though it's cool, because of the resource usage that it's going to do. And normally, if you build something with windows and you put curtains up so they can't see in, you wouldn't be worried about this and they wouldn't be seeing these doors. But the fact that, the way we had it set up before, which is honestly my preferred method, with those windows, people being able to see in and out, it's going to be a little janky like that. But here we have the roof. We walk in, the roof goes away, and they'll be able to wander around the room. So it makes it nice where you can, inside of the tabletop, have the roofs do what they're supposed to do instead of what we've always done, where it's just like, the walls around the outside, a box, and that kind of stuff. Now we can set it up so it looks like a building when you're walking beside it, and everything works the way it's supposed to. Um, Now, because I'm importing it the way I am, basically all roofs go away once you step under that cover. But you're inside. Technically, you should be able to see over there, but I'm not sure if I did it differently, if that would affect what you see on the outside, the other roofs and stuff, but I don't think it really matters. We're gonna continue doing it this way. And yeah, it's a blank room. I brought in what I finished yesterday instead of some stuff that I added later. So we've got to go in and actually, in Dungeondraft, work on mapping out these buildings. So let's go ahead and get started with that. But I wanted to show that this thing is, working the way it's supposed to work. The terrain markers are doing what they're supposed to do. And then this is the other thing. I recommend using this module. It's called Better Vision or Perfect Vision, because it does turn. I set this up so this person has dark vision, which I gave them 60 feet. Under rules, dark vision, you see in black and white. You don't see color. So it does make it, this is my opinion, it makes it more immersive and more accurate to the rules. Now, once you walk in here, if there was light, let's go ahead and drop a light in here. So let's say there's a light in here. See, the lighted area will be in color. So any place that's in darkness is in black and white, and any zone that is lit is in color. And that's the way it's supposed to be. But yeah, we're gonna slowly work on finishing this entire thing, and we'll export it so that you can bring in all the walls, the levels, and everything, and use the maps. And I think what we'll do is use this as our overall town map. We're going to create, because we stopped like right here, we're going to create the zone that takes us over here. Just a small map that goes like this up to here. Because that's an encounter zone. I think this might be, there are a few of them on here, and then there's a few places down here that we could do as well. Plus, set up a little zone map for down here where they can walk off and click on it, go to another map for this section. Yeah, Tiny, I tell you what, Tiny, I am tired as fuck this morning. So I don't know what's up with Loki, but a couple times over the weekend and then last night, he got me up at 12:30 and 3:30 in the morning having to go outside. And then it was like Saturday night, he got me up 3 times. He's periodically having gastrointestinal issues. So I did notice that he's having loose stool. So yeah, this is fun talk, isn't it? I did notice he's having loose stool, so I gave him some medication we have. We get it because, dogs occasionally get that kind of stuff. If they get a hold of something they shouldn't. And with him, if he gets a hold of meat, if he gets a hold of any kind of meat because it's a little rich for his system, because he's 18, he immediately, all night long, he's got diarrhea. So we're, Danes and Dice, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. So I started giving him that for the next 10 days. I'll give it, and hopefully it'll settle his stomach because he is slowly killing me. Glad to have you here, Danes and Dice. He is slowly killing me. All right, so if we're building the map out the way we're building this, we won't have the nice square grid that we really like to have. Now, that's a personal thing with me, but I do like my grids to be square, but you're still going to have half grid, stuff like that, so it's all going to be fine. We finished off all the roof layer yesterday. We've got this going. We've tested it inside of Foundry. I don't know, Danes and Dice, if you saw, but we were just showing how this map is going to work inside of Foundry once it's totally done. And if you're familiar with the levels module and stuff inside of Foundry, but this whole thing will work fine once it's all done. And I need to reset the settings so that this is showing the tiles through the fog. But I'm definitely, I definitely admit that I feel like Perfect Vision is awesome because it does turn your dark vision into what it's supposed to be. Lighted areas are in color, dark areas are in black and white. So I started using that, and I think my players actually like it now too. At first they were like, what's going on? It's like, you do understand dark vision, you see in black and white. It says so in the rules, and this is made so it follows all the fucking rules. You're like, wow, that's cool. It's kind of sad when you're going through, well, I use Dungeondraft, but I tell you what, I am leaning toward moving over to Clip Studio Paint because I've owned that for years and used it for some stuff. But now I've imported all the brushes and stuff into there. I'm slowly working on getting used to it for this. And if I can figure out how to export tiles with a transparent background, yeah, I'll be all over that. I mean, obviously we'll be able to do layers, and we'll have to, shut down some layers and stuff to make it work, but it'll be brushes inside of an art program like that are just more usable than what's in here. I mean, using my pen tablet, I'm able to just draw using that and place things down, which, for me, that's the ideal thing, is being able to do it instead of doing this tap, tap, tap like you do in Dungeondraft. But Dungeondraft is a great tool. I just have the issue that I really hate the tapping everywhere. You know what I mean? All right, so I'm going to use as reference the one we built before. We're just going to build this out kind of the same way. We kind of had a different idea of how we were going to do this, and I changed where we're going to do a town center. I mean, if Tiny was in chat here, he'd probably say that I've been a serious promoter of this since it came out. Just like, this stuff's awesome. It does a great job. You should own it. And I always forget to turn the shadows off because I hate the shadows on this program. That is one thing that I hate, is how the shadows work. But then again, you can go in and drop your own shadows, so it does take care of it. I'd rather sketch in the shadows and make them look the way I want them to look. Yeah, I mean, it's better that way. And let's face it, if it's dark, there's no need for shadows. So, on a map like this, I may leave it shadowless if I plan it to be in a non-illuminated map, but that's going to be up to the DM when they get in there. All right, so let's start. The dogs are under my feet, and I can't get close enough to this desk to actually be comfortable. They're driving me crazy. Well, they should be. I mean, the way the drop shadows work here, it's like almost like, but let's face it, a direct overhead light. If it was coming straight down on that wall, there would be ideally no shadow, right? You have to have a little bit of angle to create that shadow. And the way the shadow goes on in here, what happens is it's like you've got light coming this way, and it gives you a shadow on either side, which logistically makes no sense. Um, I mean, that's just my opinion. Yeah, well, I mean, Tessa always has to be under my feet. Now, when she's in with her mom, she doesn't do that. She like lays on a bed. Now, I've got multiple beds in here, and unless Luna's in here and she wants to kick her out of a bed, she won't lay in a bed. She's got to be under my feet. And let's face it, kicking Luna out of a bed is a dangerous proposition because, you know, she's kind of mean. But she's not in here today. But I can't even put the dog cam on because they're all under my feet. I mean, they're directly under me, and that the camera doesn't have an angle on that. So, we're just not going to do that. Actually, the bed should be warmer because all the beds have blankets in them and stuff. They're just brats. That's the problem. They're brats. I kind of want to put something in that's not light like that, or I might find some colorable assets and put them in. Maybe put some grungy looking ashen tables in. How about that? Have to. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be putting all this up once it's done. So these are 5 foot squares. We're gonna put this, and this is kind of what always drives you crazy. I mean, I know that ideally your chairs and stuff would fit on here the way you really want it to be, but so we're gonna need like tables, chairs around there. Let's see. You know what? We're not going to worry about placing it center grid either. We're gonna we're gonna put it so that I tell you what, if you do this, you could put chair, 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 and then your guys could be there, right? Maybe we're gonna move that. Yeah, I think they would enjoy sitting on my lap, but I wouldn't enjoy it. That looks a little too organized. So that they kind of just sit there. We'll make them disorderly. These guys are going to be bumping butts here in the same square, so they'll be all pissed off and start a bar fight. Um, and let's face it, patrons are rude. They're not going to put all their stuff right back in the way they should. It'll be disorderly. Everything's out. Okay. Have a good lunch. I'm going to have to drink my lunch soon. That's always kind of been the little thing with these games. When you're placing a character inside of a 5-foot square and they take the full 5 feet up, it is a little bit silly. I mean, let's face it. I'm not taking up a 5-foot square. Yes, I'm taking it up with my arms and stuff, but you know, if I was taking up a 5-foot square, I've got a serious pituitary issue or something going on there that, needs to be fixed. Rusty path. That's what we want. We're going to go. Fuck. It always does that. Let's see if we can do it a little better this way. One, do there. Do a point there. And then we need to double click here. Actually, we need to do a point here. And then return. Now we can edit those points. Make it so it works a little bit better. There we go. And then this, I think we're going to, shit. We're going to move this away from the bar just a little bit. That gives us a little bit of movement room. And we're just trying to figure out placement that works. All right, that's good. Just notice we have a tendency with this one to, this left-hand corner to have it tilted the same direction. All right, now we need some bar stools. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, that works. No, we don't need a 2x2 table, do we? Take it out just a little bit. So we need 1, 2. And then I think we're going to put a square table in there. That comes up as a 2x2. We don't want that. They don't really have a long table we want to use in there, do they? You know what? That might work. We can downscale it. All right, so that we're going to need to, I think, take it about there. Let's see. Does that match our lines? Not that I'm not worried about it, but I am. So give the guy the end of the table the nice chair, even though, you know, you don't have much room in here. Generally, maps don't really take up the idea of scale and size of items. So I'll take care of that. So we had in here before, we had 5 tables. See, I think when we did this the first time, it was 5 feet wider. 5 feet makes a bit of a difference, let's be honest. Well, let's do the, let's see. Now, my guess is kitchen is just going to bring up tools, but I'm hoping... Let's see. Kind of want a nasty looking stove. Because this is like a nasty place. Nasty. Fuck. We need to, we're going to need to go in and select everything we've placed. Because I think I placed everything above the walls. Let's get this so we can... So the reason we had above walls on used to be that we had window objects inside of our doors. But that's not a thing apparently anymore. So what we had to do was place the walls, place the sills, and then what we wanted to be our windows there. And I totally forgot to fix that after I got out. We end up making some dumb mistakes when we're in this. I admit that. So where's this? That's on user layer 1, but I guarantee you that's not. All right, so those are all fixed. And you're not going to find that out until you come in and do something like place this down, and it's like, why is that sitting on top of the wall? It's just one of those, damn it, moments. All right. I need to fix this. I'm not happy with that kick angle. I think this needs to come over about like that. All right. So now you know what? I tell you what, I was just kind of thinking about this. We can go in and place walls underneath, on this layer, and then that's going to take care of. You know what? I want to try something real quick, since I just thought of this. Wall tool, shadow, wall doesn't really matter. Turn edit points off. Let's go like this. And this should end up underneath that roof. There we go. So let's do that. On these non-explorable buildings, we're going to place walls in here. And then it'll make it easier inside of Foundry, because all you're going to have to do is go in and select the walls themselves and turn those into I need to pick up my pen and use it because it's quicker and easier to place. Turn those into terrain walls. I don't know about you, but for me, it's just so much easier to go ahead and place this kind of stuff using a pen tablet than it is with the mouse. I'm hoping these walls don't jut out outside of that fireplace chimney. They don't. Good deal. So have we done everything along that street? I don't think we have. We're going to do it block by block. And here's the thing, you can go in and do this, and you'll be able to see with your edit points on whether or not you did it. So we need to do these 4. And it's kind of a shame because you can't designate terrain walls in here. I mean, if you create something and it blocks light, um, everything is considered a wall that comes out of here. So you do need to make the edit inside of Foundry itself. But I know I've showed it before. When you're doing that, it's a matter of using the select tool inside of Foundry and going ahead and, you know, drawing a box around it. And you can select the entire area worth of stuff. So I think if we do it this way, it will make things easier. And let's face it, this is not really planning for everything that a group may decide to do, but this is planning for every named encounter inside of the module itself. Because let's face it, you play long enough, you realize you're always going to have that group that ends up having that one player who thinks he needs to rob every house in the town. Now, after a while, the rest of the party, if they're not up for being, you know, career nickel and dime house burglars, they're going to be like, you know what, you're on your own. Enjoy prison. So here, we should be able to select all of this. We don't want shadows, but we do want, since this is a shrine and it's walls around here, we're going to set this up to block light. And then we're going to convert that inside of Foundry also into terrain walls so that you can actually see what it is. All right, so let's make sure. Yep, we missed that one. And these don't have to be perfect. So we've got walls around each of these buildings here. So that should block light. Nothing in there yet. So let's place. Well, let's face it, the wall itself doesn't matter. We just picked a thin one so it'll fit underneath. And nobody's going to see the walls. All right, edit points. We got those. I think we got everything except this bottom group of homes here. And then there's also the explorable buildings, which will be in here, but they'll have their own walls placed when we start building them out. One of the reasons I wanted to build this out this way after I thought about it also was, I mean, there are a lot of options as to when a party is going to run into the Red Brand ruffians. Could be, you know, when they decide to go to that manor up on the hill. It could be when they talk to somebody and you know, they tell them about all the troubles that are going on because of this, you know, stupid little group of criminals that are working here. And if they, damn it, if they ignore all that, then, you know, they'll just get waylaid in the street. So this gives us, because of that, all possible encounters available for the ruffians. Because I'm just going to assume it's going to happen somewhere here in town as the adventure says. All right, so there we go. We've got all of the non-explorable buildings walled off. We walled that off. And now we just have to come in these areas where we have buildings that can be explored. We need to build those out. I wanted to get that done real quick since we've thought of it. That'll make this a lot easier map to navigate and use. We didn't put one here. All right, so they're all done. Now let's finish decorating, doing our interior decorating of our tavern. And this is the one we did originally. Right there. We're going to go with what we're doing now. You can do it so many different ways you can mess with putting a tavern together. See, this was our pattern shape tool. It's not letting me... Let's take a look here. That does look crappier. I think this place should look pretty crappy. That's my personal opinion. Let's see which one we want to use. I think what we really want is this. And that'll take care of, you know, just give us a really crappy, rough grain floor. So yeah, we're gonna put this over top of the other one. And I think that'll give us a better... I mean, this is supposed to be a really rundown place. Do we like that? It's hard to tell if we like that. I mean, it's not hard to tell. We don't really like that. What about this? Just don't like that. And I don't want to put the floor down the same color. I think the issue is, you know, we're picking something that's the same color as the walls. And that's not working for me. Tell you what. Let's see if this looks a little better. I think I like that better than the clean look of the boards. I think that's it right there. That is our crappy flooring. Now we're a little happier. All right, let's go ahead and start placing stuff up here. This is what always ends up taking my time. So let's go with storage first. We're going to do some general storage. I think over here we'll put some barrels. We need to scale this down. So we'll do... How did we do it the last time? we'll do 1, spin it, 2, then over, 3. We placed a light here. We'll worry about that later. I need the wine rack. Place that there. I know it's a 0.51, but that's fine. Actually, let's I'll tell you what. Let's relocate this here, object tool, wine rack. Let's take it up to about that size. That works. All right. We don't want any more wine racks back there. Let's go back to storage. Actually, let's do this. Crates. Keeps going down. There we go. Yes, yes, I am. There's some crates. We need some sacks. I keep saying I want to, I mean, there are some assets that I need that I don't necessarily have. I just have to find the time to sit down and start making some assets. Most of the assets that I really need are statues. So I need a long table. What did I use before? Oh, I used shelves. I know. There we go. Is that the longest one I have? I think I need to kick it up 1 degree. Is that it? That's it. And then for this, I think the issue here is we need like 174.5 degrees. I wonder if we can do that. See, it kicked me to 175. You bastard. This bastard freaking module mapping program. There. We need a table over here. I'm not real happy with that placement. I I was talking about it earlier. I mean, what I'm thinking about doing is really using Clip Studio Paint after we get done this project, and probably going to spend the next weekend or two when I have some free time messing with that, so that I can, because the brushes and everything inside of that make it a lot more powerful than this is when it comes to drawing. So, there's just a massive advantage to using that. We happy with that? Here's the thing. I keep being like, you know what? This isn't where I really want it to be, but I keep forgetting we can do this and theoretically get it to place where we want. At least get the angle the way we want it. I don't know about you, but for me, if there's an uneven gap there, it's going to bother me. There we go. All right. Then we need some more stuff in here, maybe a few more boxes, or object tool. All right. So this stuff, I think we can take it up to about its actual size. Kitchen, pots and pans. There we go. That's what we're looking for. And we still say this place can't afford nice pots and pans. So we're going to find the worst ones that they have. There's one. There's a rusty one. We're going to take that down in size a little bit. Put that there. Put that there. That's as organized as it needs to be. Hey, Flight Path Acquired, how's it going? I am doing well. How are you this fine day? And then maybe we'll throw some random stuff up here. All right, that takes care of that. Get some sacks. We need this. There we go. there. Put some coals over here. Throw some tomatoes up there. Now, I think we want some closed sacks put up here. Right? And let's throw some random food up here. Well, first, why do I do that? We can just do this, right? Kitchen accessories. Cups, dishes. There we go. Everybody's eating off these rusty dishes. Do that. Oh, let me see what I have here. Somehow I missed that. I think that's a thank you for the follow. I could be wrong. I've got so much crap up here. My freaking... Oh, that doesn't go up there. That's one thing. When I run the... Oh, flight path acquired. There you go. Thank you for the follow. I need to get these windows a little bit smaller up here. Then I can see better. All right, what else do we want? So I think we're gonna set these at close to full size. We're gonna randomly place plates and crap around here. You know, everybody's not eating, but some people might be. I don't think I would eat at this place. I think you'd end up with some serious gastrointestinal distress eating in this place, but you know, to each their own. I can't say much. I made the mistake of the wife's like, "Do you feel like cooking?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Oh, what do you want?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't feel like cooking." She's like, "Well, I can pick up Taco Bell." The answer to that should always be no, don't do that. But you know, we didn't say that last night. Instead, we paid the price. The Taco Bell tax. It's always a bad idea. So we're going to stack up some empty plates here. Let's go ahead and put a gravy dispenser there. Find some food. There's some bread. What is this, like Knotted bread. I don't think this place is fancy, so they're not going to have knotted bread. They're going to have week old nasty bread. All right, on the platter, let's throw some meat. This dude's going to eat some sausage, because why not? Some moldy cheese. He's like, I didn't order that raw. Why'd you give me a raw potato? Well, you didn't specify. You get what you get, and you don't throw a fit. Isn't that what we tell our kids? That guy's the gang leader sitting there, so, you know, he gets a pie. He's going to have some sausage and eggs here. His partner, because they serve breakfast all day long. And the gang leader's healthy. He's going to have some salad with his steak. This dude over here, is really in the radishes, I guess. Actually, those are probably turnips. Here's the thing, I don't even see, like, usually you come in these things, they'll have like stew and stuff like that, but, you know, I don't even see, I don't even see that. All right, what are we going to do here? Is this a BYOK, bring your own knife place, or what? Cups. There we go. We're not in a tropical zone, so we can't give them a coconut. The deadly coconut. He just wanted some celery. And everybody thinks he's weird. Let's see, we can, where is it? Do that. I worry way too much about what food goes where. I readily admit that. Back here, we just place some random stuff. Pile of raw meat on the table because, you know, that meets code. Right? Cutlery. Everybody gets a spoon. But because of the violent outbreaks in the tavern, nobody gets a knife. Oh, under is like way under. That's why I really need to get in the habit of making like multiple levels. Levels for the tables, and the level above is the stuff sitting on top of the tables. Um, I mean, those are good practices when you're doing this. I just don't do them, I admit it. Look, that looks like a karambit, not like a table knife. Who uses a karambit at the table? We'll give a few forks out. Everybody doesn't get one. Dishes, drinking horns, mugs. It's accessories. put that there just for random. Absolute randomness. And let's do this one more time. We're going to finish this damn room off. And here's the thing. I always know when I'm making something like this, it is highly possible that they're never going to go in here. I mean, you look at the description of Lost Mine of Phandelver, and there are a lot of options that the players have that end up making it so that you can spend a ton of time creating rooms for things that the players may never go to. It's just a choice that you have to make when you're building your map. To hell with you. There we go. Allergies are just murdering me. So these are just choices you have to make when you're doing a map. Now, the other thing that I'm going to do, I am going to lay in lighting. And, if I think what I want is a lantern. If you're using something like this in Foundry, I'll lay the lighting in, but I'll go in and make adjustments inside of Foundry because Foundry's lighting is far superior to what you're going to have in here. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I guess we'll place one there. How did I plan this out the last time? Yeah, we know this guy's going to have a light over his head, but we don't care. That's what he gets for sitting there. And then generally what I'll do, the best way to test that your lighting is, where you need it, is to turn the scene dark. We'll put one over here too. And just make sure everything does what it's supposed to do. So you can adjust it, but what I'm going to do is just set in the lights and make sure that they overlap the way that they should. So for the light tool, let's see. And I'm just going to set them in like this. And you're going to see this thing's going to be really freaking bright. You need to adjust all of this in Foundry. Now, I mean, you do have the option. Let's take the intensity down a bit. 0.5. That might be a little better for the ambience lighting. At least as far as how the map itself will look. But see, even at that, once you get these overlaps, it's still pretty bright. But here you're able to see, like where I've got the light going outside, that's your line of sight going in. And that's generally what I'll use lighting as well for, is to test that everything is doing what it should be doing. We're going to call that building done. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's get off the light tool too. And these are only showing up because we have the select tool on. I mean, you can mess with these a little bit, but there's not much you can do. You're better off going inside of your virtual tabletop and fixing the lighting the way you want it to be. And what I would normally do is put in since these are lanterns, I'd probably put in the torch effect so that there's some flicker. And I would set it so that, because a lantern does, 20 feet bright, and then another 20 feet dim, I'd set it all appropriately for the light source. All right, so that's building one. Now we need to set up our compare levels here, because we're going to start placing our outside walls for this building. This one, let me see. Oh, where's the one I made yesterday? I've got to find it real quick. Oh, I know where it is. All right, so this is the Stonehill Inn. This one's going to have a first and a second floor. This will be another building we're going to have to test. Francois, thank you for the raid. And the host. Assuming you were doing some mapping again today. So we're going to start. We're just going to place our walls on here, and then we'll worry about what we're going to do here. How are you doing this fine day, Francois? I did some. Actually, I'll talked about this earlier, but I'll show you what we experimented with last night. So we ended up, and I'm not 100% sure that this is going to work perfectly, but this is inside of Foundry. You know, we've got our levels working fine. Um, I mean, ideally, you would have everybody. I'm sure you're familiar with this stuff, but ideally, you'd have everybody having good enough systems that, you know, when they're standing outside, you could have it so the cutout happens where, you know, through these windows they could see through that. But it is system intensive, and so I haven't set that up. But what I did do is experiment with making sure that the levels worked properly. I am walling off all these non-explorable buildings inside of the map in Dungeondraft, and then I'll go in and I'll adjust all these so they become terrain walls, like on this test map that where I just tested the first floor before I finished doing it all. But now we're going to start working on each of these explorable buildings and creating like the first, second level on the main inn that the people are going to go to and all that good stuff. Thank you very much. Yeah, we did a lot of work, and then, like I said, I spent about an hour last night just playing inside of Dungeondraft, um, just setting up terrain walls, making sure the roofs and everything are going to work the way they are supposed to, making sure that the levels module is going to work. I am assuming, since things are working pretty much flawlessly, if I build multiple floors here for this, because it should have a first and second floor, that they'll work fine as well. But we'll end up testing that offline tonight after we get done our mapping. So I'm just going to do a base outline for the walls here, and I'll create, I think for this, I'm going to need to create level 2. So let's do that. Level settings, level. So we've got roofs, we've got ground, and we need second floor. Second flow. Why is the second floor? We're not going to clone any levels. Switch. So right now it looks like second floor is sitting above the roofs. So I need to move this here. Second floor and roof. All right, so that's how we want it. This one's going to need the second floor. All right. Now, nobody's going to see the walls, so do we care what they're going to look like? They'll see them once they're inside, so I guess we will need to care. I don't want the extreme wall thickness if we can help it. We could do, because this is actually nicer. Francois, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. I'm almost thinking, yeah, let's do that. First, we'll need to see. We're going to do the plaster walls. Because why the hell not? Why not? Let's make it look nice inside this place, since it's a semi-nice place in a semi-crappy town. So go there, there. And I believe I'm going in the right direction. We'll have to check after we lay this down. All right, we did it right. All right, so that's our outline for the first floor. Let's go ahead and go to the second floor. We'll compare levels. We want to compare with the ground. Let's say OK, and let's just go ahead and draw over that. And this should work fine. I think that's going to be a little bit off, but we can adjust the points. How noticeable is it? That's our question. It's a little bit noticeable. Maybe in the corner. See right there, it looks like it's a little bit off, doesn't it? So let's do that. So we are pretty happy we moved back to the pen tablet now. All right, so that's our first and second floor. Let's turn off compare levels. Let's go to the ground floor. And when we bring this all in, we're going to have to remember inside of Foundry to flip it so that roofs go from, what, 21 to 30? And the second floor goes from 11 to 20. All right, so that's a relatively nice building there. Looks like the entrance is actually over here. And it looks like there's a side entrance. So I'm guessing perhaps this is like a kitchen zone. We're going to design this so that this is the main entrance here. If we have any double doors here, or do I have to place them as doubles? What? What? I guess that's our only windows, but now we know we can put those in. I wasn't seeing those before. Maybe it was the last update. It brought in a couple of windows. I don't know. So what do we want to put in? I mean, obviously this is probably a halfway decent place. I think we're going to put something in that offsets the color of that wall there. I kind of like this ashen door. I just don't like the doorknob on it. Let's go there. So we're going to do a double door. And I'm thinking we're going to do, what, here, and then 180 it, and Come on. You know you want to do it. There and there. All right, that looks good. Now, we know we have a window. We're going to put a window in on each side of the door. Oh. Tessa's very dramatic. How big is this window going to be? All right, let's get a floor put down. We're going to have to figure the we're going to have to figure out the angle that these things are going to be on. Because the floorboards are automatically going to go up and down like that, and we need them to go this way. All right, so I don't know. Can this place afford the angled parquet flooring? Or do we want a nice, maybe stone mosaic or something? No, I don't. Not digging it. We can do acid floor. We're going to need to see where the chimneys are on the roof, and that'll help us determine where we're going to place our fireplaces and stove. Just gotta find something we like. That's always the issue, isn't it? What's this look like? Kind of like that. I think we can do that. So let's undo it. And then we need this rotated. Probably, is that enough? Damn, that is freaking close. I think that's perfect. We guessed at 33.7. You know what? You never look a gift guess in the eye. All right. So let's go ahead and lay some floor. Are we happy with that color? We not be. I don't know if I'm happy with that color. None of those are especially pleasing. I kind of like the pattern, but the floors are not especially pleasing. Maybe. Let's see how that looks. I think this will make it right there. I think once we start splitting this up, this will look pretty good. So let's go with that. All right, we need a door over here. Let's place the same door. I think that's the same door. Ooh, you know what? I kind of like this door better than this one. So hopefully we can get this to line up properly. Let's see. What just happened? Yeah. All right, so it looks like no light leaks other than the windows, so that's good. All right, I'm going to do a quick save. I've got to drop my daughter off at school, so let me do that real quick, and I'll be back in 10. Ah, it was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is standing overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is standing overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, Shannon. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is
Ah, it was worth
Plane is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
spy plane is standing overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, channel. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is
Ah, it was worth
Plane is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first...
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because That's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, channel. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! That's it! Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
spy plane is very overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny. Alright, we're back. Took a couple of extra seconds. Decided the pups might need a bio break, so we let them do that. And Dad needed one too. You know what? I was, and while I was doing that, I was kind of thinking, that maybe what this is what I'm thinking. We're gonna use this for the second floor probably. So let's delete the floor that we put in. And then I think we're gonna find, I really want to find some kind of preferably some kind of stone for this. Get this up in the air. I always bump this and mess with my settings on my HyperX. I always liked these old stones that they used to have. I think those were the older ones, and these are the newer ones. I'm not sure which it is, but I always like these for floors, and I'm thinking we might do a stone floor on the bottom here. And I think we're going to go back into that other zone when we finish this, and we'll lay some shadows down. Wonder what this looks like. That's, you know what? I mean, that would be perfect for like a temple floor, wouldn't it? How about this? Could do that. Let's use our square shape to test these. I bet this is wood. What is this? It's kind of an interesting wood floor there, isn't it? Curious, what's this doing? I feel like a stone floor on the ground. And then we put the wood up top. That'll look a little bit nicer. I think we're going to put that in. Maybe. I'm very indecisive about my flooring. I admit that. I don't know why. I really just want a relatively plain stone floor. I don't think I'm asking for too much. Problem is we keep finding stuff and we're like, well, we kind of like that. We kind of like that. Yeah, that's not going to work. I think I'm worried about putting in something that's probably way too nice for where we are. If you know what I mean. That's got our ground floor for that building. We're going to get everything walled in. This is a single story home, so we don't need to worry about second floor. We just need to worry about ground floor. And on this one, I think we'll keep a nice simple wall. We didn't mean to double tap there, but we did. So that's that. We'll put a door on here. Right there. Let's floor this one in. It's pretty close to parallel, so we're going to say that's good. You know what we could turn it 90 degrees and have the floorboards going across. And so that'll be what? Minus 95.1. See if that does what we intend. It does. I think I want the floorboards going that way. Perfect. So we've got that. The roof's on it. We'll build that out. Pretty sure there's something here. Oh, this over here, we know this is going to be because this is a smithy. So I'm going to say the smithy shop is on this side. This will be a house here. This will be the actual smithy. That'll end up being like a stone floor over here. Wood floor, it's not going to work in a smithy shop. Unless you like fire. And I think we're going to build this thing with stone walls as well. Let's do it that way. There. I think we're going to adjust that point after we have this done. That there. Back this up a little bit. Okay. So this will be the smithy side. We might just do the whole thing with stone floor. Kind of makes sense. See, if we did it that way, it wouldn't matter. Hey, Phantom Maniac, how's it going? I guess if we cobbled it, it wouldn't matter either, but I don't really like that pattern. What about this? We could do that. We just need to, I think we over-rotated too much. Pull it back. Let's see what this does. Yep. I think we're going to use that. Like I said, it's a smithy shop. This kind of makes sense as the floor. I mean, we could have a separate wall, a wooden wall going across here. And then have this be maybe a wooden floor. But out here where the forge and everything's going to be, you can't have wood there. So let's do that. Maybe the smithy makes enough money to have a nice wooden floor inside his house. Trying to get that just to where it's about right. Look there. See, it's still a little bit askew. So we need to bring it down some. I want to say 51 should be getting closer, maybe. I'd say that's close enough for government work. Let's do it that way. So this will be his actual house, and that'll be his shop. See, they don't really give us descriptions on this, so we're just guessing. We'll do this from here to here. I think we need to edit those points. See how that's going like that? That tells me we are off. We need this to be like here. But we can't do that because we have to match the roof. See, we need this to match the roof. So we just need these to be right on. And that's going to have to, I guess that's going to have to be like that. Because we're not redoing the roof. Tells me that I'm a little off on this angle here. It's fine though. We'll put some stuff in the corner. And I guess we'll notice. We could always do this. Could always bring that up there. Bring that up there. And that'll make a little bit of a correction. See, now we're going to be off on the wood. So it just depends on what we want to be off on. I mean, we could adjust the stone a little bit or even put it on an angle so it's not noticeable. And I think that's our best option. So we need that to kind of go across there. That makes the wood floor look right. And then this, let's delete this. And let's replace the stone floor, but have it diagonal, and then nobody's going to notice anything. Well, that's... All right, so where is the stone that we picked? It was this, right? We were at... It's almost perfect. So if we put that on a diagonal like that, let's see how it looks. I mean, basically it's straight up and down, but I like it. I think that works. So we'll do that, and there's our smithy. And then we'll just need to place the forge right in this area, and that'll be right below the chimney for the forge. All right, so we're not going to worry about doors on this yet. We're just getting our walls and ground set on these. We did her. We did this. That had 2 floors. This one's kind of weird. I think this is going to have 2 floors. So we'll do this one next. Yeah, we'll do that one next. That's a weird building. So let's do a ground floor. Then we're going to do a second floor right here that kind of is going to go out and overhang. I don't know what they were thinking when they designed this. Let's just do a standard wood wall on both levels. All right, so that's our floor wall. We need second floor. Compare with the roof. And we'll do the same thing. We're going to do wall here. So it gives us that floor and the ground floor right there. Next, we'll place our flooring. I think we're just going to go with a simple wood floor. Maybe that. We'll need to kick that to the right. See if we guessed right. No. Very close. That's close enough, I think. All right, so we'll place this here. I'm not going to place the second floor yet because I'll have to figure out where I want to put. Do I want to put stairs or maybe a ladder ascending up to this? We'll see. I mean, we could place the floor up there and then edit it, but I don't think we're going to do it that way. All right. Let's go back to our roof layer. There's a house. So for this, we need the ground and compare. I think we're going to be simple and just use, because this belongs to the same guy. There's our think this should be fine as well. It's a little too much. I don't think it's a lot. There you go. Yeah, that's all we needed, was a little bit of a kick. Takes care of that one. Getting all our ground floors set. Let's take a look. Done that. This one is multi-leveled as well. And we know that because we have this, which tells us we've got a ground floor going like that. Then we've got a second floor going up with elevation. So we've got, I'm going to say the ground floor will go all the way around this, and then we need the second floor just being inside that. Let's pick a different wall. Tell you what, we're going to do something different. We're going to do like a brick ground floor. We double tapped. I agree. Tessa's like, no, not a double tap. Yes, Tessa, a double tap. And you always need to remember to double tap your zombies. It's one thing we know, the roof tiles always make perfect right angles. So as long as we go in and get these things so these are right angles, we're good. These maps look better. Well, here's the thing. Dungeondraft does a good job. Now, if you're using something like Photoshop or Illustrator, I mean, I'm leaning toward messing with Clip Studio Paint just because the brushes in that are superior to what you can do inside of this. But I mean, if you want to be able to lay down a quick map, which, let's be honest, we are not laying down a quick map with what we've been doing this week. But this does allow us to do a lot of stuff that we couldn't do inside of an art program. I mean, we can't lay walls down and have the walls transpose over. And, you know, that's what we're looking to do, is have these walls transpose over, which I tested yesterday. This is my virtual tabletop that I use, Foundry. And like here's the building that we walled and floored yesterday, put doors and windows in, and we also built the roof layer. And this is how it comes over after you bring the ground floor in and then bring a tile on top that has all the roofs. It'll come in so you have this. So like you walk up to this building, you're still seeing the roof. You walk inside, the roof goes away because of the tiling using levels. And I think it's levels, better roofs, and there's another thing, better walls or something like that. And all three together create these elevation layers where you can lay stuff down on the levels that you want them to be on. So with Dungeondraft, you're able to do that, and it does give you, I'm going to be honest, it gives you less flexibility brush-wise as to what you can do, but it gives you more flexibility with what you can do with your exported maps. So if you do want stuff like, and I pulled this in too low resolution, so the floors don't look great or anything. I need to pop it up to 100%. I had it at 60 to save space, but I'm not going to worry about that. But it does make doing this stuff easier. So, you know, once your characters are inside, they can walk around, they can explore the area, they can, you know, see what they see, do what they do. So that's why Dungeondraft, I mean, that's why I bought Dungeondraft in the first place, was the ability to do that. Now, I was talking about it earlier. Let's say you actually want to mess with your roofs. I need to get out of that. Need to get on that. Say you want to mess with your roofs, you do have options. You can have it so that you see the roofs all the time. The cutout tile would be most realistic only because of this. Like if your character walks up, the door's open, they can see in. When we didn't have it that way, you know, they're not able to see in when we have just the roof there. Now the issue here becomes this gets more resource intensive, and if you have players that don't have good equipment, then they're really going to slow down and not be able to take advantage of the extra vision, you know, being able to be the peeping Tom looking in the window and see what's going on. And if you look here, yeah, the roof goes away here because we're underneath of it, but this is the only portion they'd be able to see. So you have a lot of options inside of Foundry how to use the roof layer and everything. But like I said, my personal preference is to come in and come on, you bastard. To come in and have it set so that you're not using the extra resources. But the vision and stuff is all a part of Foundry. And the roofs and levels are what's beneficial in using Dungeondraft. Like when we were putting this together, you know, we're looking at, there's our ground level. We built the roof up here. And if you notice, there's nothing down there. We want that to be a transparent background to drop on top. This is going to have a second floor here. And that'll also have a transparent background. And what we're going to end up having, there's only going to be this building, and this building that have 2 floors. So this will be a tile that'll drop on top. And we're going to need to create stairs and make it so they can go up those stairs and see everything inside. So that's why we're building it this way. The other way you can do it is actually build individual tiles for each building. I'm doing it this way because that's how I kind of want to do it, but it'll be fine. I could be making an error. We'll see after we test it. If I am making an error, then I'll come in and crop this floor, and drop those as individual tiles on top and redo those second floors. But that's not a big deal. I'm hoping it works by dropping this the way I'm doing it. Oops. I'm sorry. So these aren't perfect, but let's face it, I don't believe the buildings would be perfect. We end up building them perfect all the time, but yeah, Foundry is, you know, my tabletop of choice. I've gone through, I started on Roll20, went to Fantasy Grounds, and then ended up on Foundry. I was on Fantasy Grounds for years, and then I moved over to Foundry when it came out. And I mean, it is my preferred tabletop of choice. And one of the reasons I really like Foundry is this. Need to remember. Yeah, I've got this set up. This is one of the reasons I like Foundry. I was doing tests before I implemented something on my live server, and you know, a lot of the automation for combat and stuff makes it preferable as far as I'm concerned. Like right there, here's the thing. So let's say you've got that, you target enemies. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to target through. But let's say she's in the way, she's there, she targets. Your ally gives you half cover. That'll automatically be calculated in. You got full cover through an enemy. You can't shoot through enemies, hit other enemies. That's just D&D rules. So You know, you can set that up in there. I don't worry about it. My players know that I'm going to say, yeah, you can't do that unless you're doing an AoE attack. But one of the nice things about this is you can get so many automated things working in here. Like, let's say she does a firebolt. Now we're gonna make this super skeleton. Just so that, you know, I can do a few spells on it. So, like, if you want to do a firebolt, you go ahead, do your attack. She's not targeting. Now she is. Do your attack. Normal. Miss. Firebolt goes off, but it doesn't hit. So that's an automation that I have put in. There's so many modules inside of Foundry that you can do a lot of stuff with it, which is, you know, really nice. Let's say we Ray of Frost the same target. There's our Ray of Frost. It hit. It actually did some damage. Let's say you cast Detect Magic. Not going to consume a spell slot. But it creates, like, the aura for Detect Magic for you. Let's turn that off. Pixie, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. So it does give you a lot of automation options for on there. I'm going to move her over there so she's detecting elsewhere. Let's go ahead and do this. Like this character, I had something else I set up. She's a druid. She always wild shapes in games. So I needed to fix it because there were wild shape issues going on. Now I've got another thing here. I only set up a couple to test it, but let's say she wants to turn into a fire elemental. We do that. And it'll morph into... Why is it not doing it? Do we not have morphs left? I bet there's something changed on the module. I'll have to check with that this week before I get in there. But that does an animation. It flips over to her wild shape form and done. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do inside of Foundry that, you know, you can't otherwise do. It should be working. Now I'm... Oh, you know what? There was just a major update on this, so it might not be compatible. I don't update my... that I actually play on, so this lets me know I can't do an upgrade until they fix that. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff that you can have going on here. And once you take your concentration off, that takes care of the detect magic, because you don't want that going on forever. It goes on for 10 minutes. If there's another thing you could put in called about time, and it'll do real time over 10 minutes, it'll turn that stuff off. So there's a lot of automation inside of this that makes your life a lot easier. And I'm betting... And it's pretty easy to go ahead and update your stuff. So advanced spell effects, animations, and perfect vision were updated, but nothing for that. So yeah, that's just an issue, I guess, with this newest one versus that. I'll have to check into it. No updates for me. My original idea for the Lost Mine of Phandelver was to do this, create a massive map, which was the Phandelver map, and then have it so you came in and had this where, you know, they're giants. They're obviously not walking around the area, but I would cluster their tokens, have them walk around when you get to the sleeping giant, and they want to get in there and have their encounter. Oh man. So I can't even show this because the upgrade on the server messed that one up. But before it was set up so you did this, clicked, and it would bring you into that scene. And that's what you have to be careful of, that you don't update until everything that you use is caught up as far as being updated. But that goes for other virtual tabletops. I mean, I know with Fantasy Grounds, they've got like a marketplace where you can download certain things that will create actions for you. You just have to be careful. They're also playing Lost Mines. See, my group isn't playing it. I'm building this for a future game. We're in Dungeon of the Mad Mage level 13 or 14 right now. I can't remember. But that's why that's another thing. If you come in and do what I'm doing here, you don't have to worry about it because we're just using the levels module and moving around on the map itself. So all the fancy teleport and stuff is not even going to affect the game because we're not messing with it in here. See, I'm as old school as it gets. I started playing in '79, so, but you know, I've also been playing with computers and everything since they first became a thing when you could first build your first computer. So I've had some people, and it's amazing because you get people who are young and old who are technophobic and can't deal with a virtual tabletop. So I find it to be amazing that that's a thing. What is this building? The Lion Shield Coster. I have no idea what that is. Let's see what it is. It's a trading post. Building is owned by the Lion Shields. Ship finished goods to Phandelver and other small settlements throughout the region. In the back room, keep supply of armor and weapons. So see, we're worried about a second floor, and they don't even discuss that. But you know, we're doing a second floor because the roof tells us, you know, by elevation that we have multiple floors. We're going to do this. In fact, I really think that this should be like maybe one floor down there, and then up top, this should be the only second floor portion. So we'll do this and figure this is like an awning coming off the roof on the first floor, and this will be second floor, maybe where, you know, the person that runs this place, she lives up there. So bottom will be supplies and everything, and top will be limited to this. I think that's how we're going to build it. They don't give us a real description, and let's face it, a group that's not intent on just robbing everybody and murdering everybody shouldn't be sneaking around and breaking and entering in a fucking trading post. They should just be going in and trading. If they choose to make stupid decisions like that, I would hope the DM would be happy to punish them for it. I mean, that's my personal opinion. And by punish them, I mean, if they get caught, there's going to be consequences. You can do... Alright, so here's the issue with Dungeondraft. It goes up to 128 by 128, which should be enough squares for almost any map, with the exception of any map that you make for Dungeon of the Mad Mage, because some of those go up as high as 14,000 pixels in height or width, so they exceed what you can do in here, and they also exceed what some players are going to be able to view on their computers. Mac owners are the ones I've had the most issue with. You know, unless they've got a Mac that has actual upgraded graphics in it. Most of my two Mac owners have been unable to view anything over 8,192 pixels, which will come into play if you're building a huge map in any software. Anything ends up being bigger than 8192 in either direction, they will get a pixel error message. So when you're building your maps, I'll show you what I've done for some of the big maps. Let me see if I can find one real quick, and I'll pull up what I had to do. And, I mean, technically, it really doesn't double the work. You still have to work on the same amount of size. You just have to work within Foundry to create these teleport points where they're able to go between the top and bottom half, or whatever you're doing as far as the map. Trying to remember the last one that I had to split, which most of them... There we go. Sectional map. Oh, this one was sectional because it had levels, so I had to create multiple levels for that. Okay, so here's an example. So this was level 13 of Mad Mage. And what we ended up with was, here's the bottom. And there's the top. And then right here, I used a thing called multi-level tokens. I placed a teleport point on each of these three, gave it a specific name. And then on the bottom, I did the same thing and you give it the exact same name. And what I would do is have them get in a box. They can't see it. I just put a thing down and say, everybody get there. And I'd click it and it would flip them, their character, tokens, everything, move from that map to the other map. And they're ready to move inside of that other map. So this wasn't an issue with Dungeondraft. It was an issue with computers. The 8192 pixel limit is real, so you have to think about that when you're making your maps. And most maps are not going to be as insanely stupid as Mad Mage is. And you have to remember, these are 1 square equals 10 feet. So you have to go in and turn this into 5-foot squares, and, you know, it becomes more squares than you think. I think a lot of people, when they first start Mad Mage, they don't look at, you know, the little keys on them down here that say this is the actual size of the map, so you need to fix it to your 5x5 squares. And I know that was a mistake that a lot of DMs when I was running Adventures League, when this module came out, they would use the black and white. They wouldn't pay attention to that, and they wouldn't realize they needed to, split one square into four. And that's why hallways in every room seemed really crowded, because they actually weren't. You weren't taking into account the size. So this map fits inside of Dungeondraft, but then I have to accommodate for my players. I would never tell a player, your computer sucks, get a new one. If somebody needs to play D&D or wants to play D&D, we need to accommodate them so they can see the maps. Otherwise, all they'll see walls, and they'll see like black and white floors. That's it. They don't get to see anything you put work in. So you got to do it so it works. I mean, if the sheet of graph paper doesn't extend above 128 squares in either direction, you're fine. I mean, these are the biggest maps that I've built for my games. And, I mean, they are huge. Let's see. Come on. I mean, I built this one using Dungeondraft assets and a couple of things that I added in. Walls before I started really getting better assets to use. And it doesn't seem that big until you realize every one of these squares is 10 feet. And that one was 88 by 116 squares high. So it's huge. But like I said, the one thing I found, and if you do a map at 100 pixels per square and you go above 80 squares, or 81 squares, because you get to 82, and all of a sudden they get a message and they can't see. So you just can't go above 82 squares in any direction at 100 pixels. At 50, you can double that, but at 50, you also get, because I do these at 100 pixels just because of map size, because they have to download this stuff. You have to remember. So because of map size, I'll do these at 100 pixels. Then it becomes each square is 50 pixels, which your squares in Foundry cannot be smaller than 50 pixels. So you have to take that into account when you're mapping as well. But you always have to take that into account. You never know. I didn't even realize when we first started playing locally, on Foundry, right when the pandemic kicked up, my two players got in, and I'm like, all right, do you see this? And they're like, see what? And I'm like, take a screenshot and send it to me. And they were all just walls with white flooring. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I started questioning them, and they're like, well, when I first came in, it said 8,000, something about 8,192 pixels. I said, fuck. And then I started redoing all of my maps. And that became, I think I ended up doing all of the Mad Mage over a year and a half to 2 years. And I took my time because I only streamed them on I want to say Wednesdays and maybe one other day a week. So I took my time doing it, but they were just such massive maps. It was tons of work. Each map was probably 20, 30 hours of work to put all the assets, everything in, and make it look good. All right, so like I said, we're going to make the second floor actually just this elevation here. And that'll be like where the person that runs this place lives. It doesn't say that in the adventure itself, but I've got to say that's got to be why this has multiple elevation like that. You know what I mean? And then we're going to compare. Oh, I laid floor, didn't I? I need walls. It was a lot of work, but so like every one of my Mad Mage maps, I put on my Patreon page for free for people to download. I don't care. If anybody wants to use them, they can use them. And I'm always going in, and if there's one, I mean, there are one or two maps that I'm not happy with that I plan to go back in and redo them again. So, I'm always doing that and messing around, updating that stuff. So I said we were going to do this second floor as wood. And that's what we're going to do. What I should have done, no, because then I would have just copied over the other walls. I'm just going to do these quick because we're going to adjust them so they match the other walls. So we're going to compare this to the ground. And now we can fix the second floor. So we'll go here. I admit I use my Patreon as a repository to drop maps for people to download. See, that works well right there. And honestly, for Lost Mine, I've turned this into a project that's bigger than it should be, because if you're running Lost Mine, you know that they built it so that a lot of this stuff is just theater of the mind. The combat with the necromancer and the zombies, all this stuff. You're supposed to run theater of the mind, just do it. I'm going to build out every place you can have an encounter or talk to somebody. Put it on, like, this is a center of town map. I'll probably create teleport points here, 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 and here to go to different zones of the map and map those out. And have this will be the entire part 2 section set up for that. And I'm probably going to export this with all the teleports and the maps and everything set up as a module that can be imported into Foundry so that it's easy to play there. Now, like, the only thing I haven't done yet, I always turn shadows off inside of this stuff because the drop shadows don't make sense to me. So the other thing that adds more work is, just coming in and find a pathing tool that you like. Maybe we're on edit points. I gotta remember which one's shift. That's return. There it is. So maybe I still have edit points on. Damn it. Maybe set a path up here. We need to take this down in size. Let's escape. Try it again. We'll leave the smoothness where it was. But we need to drop that down. Let's take a look at the size. Still too big. If you want some shadows, maybe a little big, still a little big yet. Just for stuff like this, I'll come in and see transition fade both ways. This is Sleeping giant. So let's say you want a shadow here, right? What I normally will do is just use, I think we ended up with a shadow not being wide enough. So if you really want to shadow them and make it look better than, and I'm failing miserably right now. So let's say, here we go. I am going to say this will work. So like there, we'll go. Now it gives us, you know, there's our chair. There's our chair with a shadow on it. So you can go in and create what you need. And these need to go under. Kind of like that. Hit return. We're doing this based on the idea that there's probably overhead light. And, you know, you can just keep going and dropping the shadows here for parts of your item. And I don't know, I mean, it's not something that you have to do, but I mean, in the end, it'll make it, give it more dimension and look better. Probably the best thing to do would maybe extend the width on this shadow and do it kind of like that. Let's see. Then I would just have to do it once. You know, like that. There you go. So that's our shadow going down from the top on those chairs. So just little stuff like that. I'll play with it and see how it looks and give it a little more depth and texture. I don't know if I'll worry about shadowing the stuff in now, but Stonehill, we've started laying the walls and floor. I've got to put another door over here. I've set a second floor up there, and there's its roof. So all of these will be able to come in and be the individual floors. I'm probably going to have to redo. I have to decide how I'm going to build Stonehill in out because I need stairs to go up to the second floor. So I'll figure out where my walls and everything are going to be eventually. But right now, this, and this are the only ones that have 2 floors on them. And I mean, I end up spending a lot of time because I worry about dumb stuff like the smithy, you know, the forge out here, that's got to be stone. Otherwise, your house is lighting on fire. And then, yeah, he can probably afford a nice freaking floor. So, in his house. You know, small details that don't matter. I waste a lot of time on. I admit it. I keep going to that, and then I don't like it once I draw it. And then stuff like my grass background, that's a mix of like 5 terrain brushes blended together because the terrain brushes themselves have a tendency to create these line patterns and stuff that you don't want to see. So if you go and mix a bunch of them together, you can make the terrain look better. And if we're being honest, we should just drop a wood floor down here and let it go. I should just let it go, damn it. It doesn't like it when I hard spin that. Let's see. I think I can live with that in here. Maybe. It's not horrible. They're wealthy. They can afford a lattice pattern. Now we just need to see how much more we need to tilt that this way. That's too much. It's close. What about 45? 45 is damn close. There we go. That should be it. We know we need a door over here. No problem. Good having you in stream. If you have any questions, feel free to pop in and ask. Let's put our door in there before we forget and see if we can't match it. It's not the door we used. Damn it. We'll find it though. That's it, right? Put a door right there. Then we'll need to compare the roof. So we're going to need like a fireplace in the wall in the center right there. And we'll need a fireplace back there. So yeah, we'll need to worry about that. And then on the second floor, I think we'll have like a common room up there. That's probably what we'll do, is have a common room with a fireplace here too. All right, let's put some doors here. Now I think this person is going to have some stronger doors. Because they've got supplies people will want to steal. All right, so I'm going to build this second floor, but I'm pretty sure we're going to end up having... Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Let's put the floor in. And then I'll show you what I was thinking and what we're going to end up doing. I was worried about the stairs. So the truth of the matter is we don't really need to worry about the stairs. And we don't need like a hole down so that they can see down there. So there we go. See, if we're worried about the stairs, it's just going to be a matter of this. We can either do objects, and we haven't decided where we're going to place these things once they're placed. But let's just grab some stairs. Honestly, for this kind of stuff, I feel like you're almost better doing this, doing path, stairs, and then pick a path. And just drop it. You would obviously take the fade off, but that shows you where your stairs are. You don't need a hole going down to the floor below. So yeah, you can just place those in there and it'll be fine. We have another one here. So town center, and I'm assuming this is like a bell tower here. Let's take a look and see. Town has 30 stone walls, pitched wooden roof, and a bell tower. So yeah, we'll need a bell tower, ladder coming up, something like that, maybe a stairwell, we'll see. Sturdy wooden walls. We do need to put up a notice board by the front door. Doesn't say what the flooring is, so Almost had it. Perfect. Perfect. There's our bell tower. And then when we compare levels, we would compare what? Second to this. That's where we'd need to see to put stairs. We probably run the stairs here, and then, you know, just have them go up that way. Zoom out. Let's see if there's any other. Yep, there is. There's this one down here. And then that'll have the last of our buildings that people can go into in this zone. All right, so this one down here is this Harbin Wester. Well, no description of good old Hardin's house, so we'll just make a house. Rowan, how's it going? Let's take a look at the roof here. Turn compare off. So what you do when you want to see I'm doing this so that I can see where I'm going to draw the walls. You'd go into compare levels. And when I drew the map out, yesterday, I put all the roofs on the roof level, had them set, and now I'll come in and compare the ground level to roof. I'll set the opacity at about 44%. Ground level can be whatever you want it to be, but I just need to see an outline where the roof is. So let's create a wall for this dude. I'm going to turn compare off and see which direction I need to go in to make that plaster work inside. All right, that's what we have to do. So throw compare on. And just throw this thing in. I use Foundry for this. For most of my, well, actually for all of my gaming when I'm playing. So I need to edit points and make these to some right angles. Yes, well, Foundry intrinsically, by itself does not, but I'll pull in, I tell you what I'm going to do. Give me a second, and I'll open, I think I have it open already, but let me get these set to right angles, or close to it. Rowan Silver Oak, thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. Let's turn compare off. Now we have our first floor on there. So let's see. Do I still have Foundry open? Yes, I do. All right. So this is using a module called Levels. We click on the character. What they'll see, like right now I have it set for cutout so that they can see through windows into there or open doors. I'm going to be honest. The issue with running it with the cutouts is it starts using a lot of resources. So the preferred thing to do, just so that you're being kind to the players that are playing with you, is to go in and set up so that it doesn't do that. But I've got the ground level with the base map that's got the ground floor. Everything on the ground is on that map. Then I created a tile, which was everything on the roof level inside of Dungeondraft. And you set it so that the roof level, everything is transparent except for the roofs that are in there. And then the second level, that's a transparent layer where the second floor will be. But that allows you to do this, where they open up, they walk in, and now they're on the first floor. This was yesterday before. I wanted to test and make sure that what I was doing was going to work, and it does. But this will allow them to go in. Now, if you set, I don't know if you're familiar with multi-level tokens, that's another module for Foundry. Let's say there was a second floor and there were stairs here. He could walk over here, step on the steps, and it would flip him up to the second level once he gets to the active zone. Then you can walk around, look inside of there. Your other players are down on the first floor. If as a DM you'd prefer not to let players run wild, you can set some to require you to click a map note in order for them to go into something, because let's face it, you don't want to have to freeze the game because your party splits up and runs around like with like chickens with their heads cut off, and runs into different buildings that all have encounters. So you have to kill each individual player in each of those encounters by themselves. Which, if they run around like chickens with their heads cut off and do that, I would probably have fun killing them all doing it, because that's just really dumb. Never split the party. That's like rule 1 in fucking games like this. Never split the party. But yeah, once you put modules in like levels, better roofs, and I think it's improved or better walls, that allows you to do this where you have... No, it was not complicated to set up. I would recommend... there's a guy called Bailey Wiki on YouTube. Go in there and look at his stuff, and just go to... You want to look at the playlists and look at like Advanced Dungeondraft, Advanced Foundry setup with multi-levels or tiles or something like that. And he has a couple of videos on how to set it up. It's really not difficult. It's just a matter of remembering. I mean, I didn't set my tiles up the way that he does. If he goes in and... Let's get back to Dungeondraft. What he would do for this house is literally create this ground map. Then he would use and create another layer and create the first floor as a tile, then the second floor, and then the roof. So he would have multiple levels, and then he would bring in the base map that's your background, and then bring in every tile. What I decided to do was, like, you can see every floor here. These are all going to be integrated into the bottom or ground layer map. Then I'll have the roofs that I drop on, which I exported. I exported this, all the roofs, as a single tile. Then I'm going to, this building, this one, I think these 4 have second levels. So when I build out those floors, that'll be sitting on the second floor. I'll export those layers, and then I'll just create the teleport points to go up between. It's really very simple to set up. It just depends when you're setting it up. I make the decision that I don't let players just open and run through doors, because you don't need them metagaming, run into rooms and go, oh, there are people in here, and run back out. You run in there, there are people in there, they're going to chop your freaking head off or shoot you or whatever they're going to do. So it's easy to set up. They're just different ways to do it. It does. I've got my server set up on the Forge, and I use multi-level tokens all the time. I don't... I'll just bring up the map, and I'll show you what I did with it for one of them. All right, so this is level 13 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Because it's really big, I split it into 2 pieces because it goes larger than 8,192 pixels in the top to bottom. And that means that 2 of my players can't view the map. So I split it into 2 pieces, and I put these things here to show that's where it goes to the bottom portion of the map. And there's not a big difference between, well, I mean, there is and there isn't. I've done this several ways. For this, because it's one contiguous map, what I did was set up teleports here where the players can walk into there. If they step in here, they go here, and then they can continue through the map. So each one of these have ports designated to go from one map to the other. And, their token, everything flips over to the other map seamlessly. And that's set up as 2 separate scenes. Another time, and this is just using multi-level tokens, there was, which map was it? I want to say this one. Yeah, it was this one. But I don't think I saved this in the sections. But I'll show you what I ended up doing. So this was Wyrell's Gauntlet. And this has multiple levels with stairs that go to different parts of the dungeon. Like this stairwell goes to this stairwell. And, you know, they're all over the place here. So I created 3 separate maps with the levels, and then I put in teleports so that, you know, from here to here, they stepped on this, they would go to that other scene on another map. And then when they stepped on this, they would go from that scene to this one, and they would teleport down the stairs to that section on the map. And then you can also set up like the teleportation statues. If you touch them, it throws you from there to there. So that's just set up this map as 3 separate scenes, and it would automatically flip them from scenes. Now you could, which I wasn't aware of, the levels module and all the stuff that you can do with it. If I was, I would have created this as a map where each section sat on top, like I'm doing in Dungeondraft, and I would have set up those teleports so that it went from one level to the other, where it physically went up on the layers instead of going from scene to scene, because it would have saved time. It all would have loaded as a single scene, which this will load as a single scene this way, where the other way, you're doing it where it teleports from this scene to stay on the same, technically the same map, and go up and down stairs. And I've also done it in the past where, you know how a lot of times the maps will be drawn where, you know, down here will be the ground floor, down here will be the second floor, third floor. So you do it and it'll teleport from those floors. So you can have all your floors on a single map and it'll teleport seamlessly. They won't see the map that they traveled across. You know, they travel across it to get from there, but it'll be like they popped into the next level of that. So you've got a couple of ways to do it. You can do it using the levels module, or you can do it where, you know, first, second, third floor are all on the same map and they just teleport across that map. Now, the one thing is when you use the levels module, that makes it nice is this. So let's say on this map, they go from the ground floor, they take the steps that I'm going to put here, they go up to the bell tower, right? When they get to the second floor, because it's transparent, when you place windows and stuff around this bell tower, they'll look out and they'll see the rest of the town. So it won't be like on the other maps where they teleport from one to the other and you have to block it off so they can't see anything. When they're on the second floor, they'll physically, of that bell tower, they will actually be able to look out and see the rest of the town. So that's the benefit of the levels module. But you're going to use levels, better roofs, better walls, I think that's what it is, as well as multi-level tokens. And the multi-level tokens let you go from one layer to the next inside of that map. And when you're setting up, the only thing you have to be very aware of is, you know, if you're setting up teleports, you've got to make sure that, let's say you're going first floor of Sleeping Giant to the non-existent second floor. Your teleport would have to be specifically named. You can't just say 2 second floor, because you'll have a bunch of second floors around there. Each one has to have its own specific tag. Otherwise, if there's something you use commonly across maps, you could jump to a totally another scene that may be on your server, and you don't want that happening. So you just have to be very cautious with how you set each one up. Otherwise, it's really simple to set up. I mean, once you're in here, if I needed to teleport, Do I have multi-level tokens set up on this? Let me see. Yeah, it's on there. So let's do a real simple teleport just for the hell of it. So we'll draw a rectangle here, right? And see, this I had set up as stairs level 0 to 11. So it's on the ground floor. So right now it's telling you that's on the ground floor. Let's say we want to jump on the roof, right? We could, anything we draw here is going to be on that roof level, which should be, it should be saying level to 11 to 20, but it's not. But let's get rid of that and just do a simple teleport. Because these aren't going to be stairs. I need to get rid of that because that's sitting on the roof. But see, it'll recognize different layers inside of it. So let's say you want to do a simple teleport from there to here. You'll set that up. You'll come in and go over to multi-level. We'll say it's in and out. Teleport identifier. We'll say ground 15 feet. We want to name this very specifically. And we're going to have them teleport 15 feet from one square to the other, right? So we'll copy that, snap to grid. We're not going to animate movement. Not going to activate via map note. We'll make sure that this only goes to the same scene. And we'll update drawing. This one, you need to go in and do the exact same thing. So we'll set that multi-level, in, out, identifier, local scene, update drawing. Now we'll go to our dude. He's going to go there, and he teleported right there. He'll walk down here, he'll go there, and he teleports right there. So what that'll do they won't see those teleport zones. And you can even set up traps like that. If there's a pit trap, what I'll do is I'll set up a module called Hey Wait when they step in there. Before it activates anything, it'll freeze the game. And then they'll have to make their save, do all that kind of stuff, and then all the other crap happens. But if you've got stairs and those things set up, those would go like from your ground level to your second floor automatically and kick them to that second floor there. But like you saw, the actual zone has to be named very specifically. And you even want to go in and fix these so that as a DM, you know what's going on. You know there's no stairs. It's just a teleport. And I wouldn't even worry about any of this crap. I would just teleport. And then you go in, you'll click on that. If you want to leave it so they can see it, that's always a bad idea, but let's do it again. So they walk in, they hit there, they're teleported. Walk in, they hit there, they're teleported. So it's really, really easy. And you saw how long it took to set that up. Now, if you've got a mega dungeon and tons of levels, then yeah, you're gonna have to be cautious about how you set that up. But It's not hard. It's just you've got to remember how you're setting it up. But I've used multi-level tokens a ton of times. Clearly those comments were wrong. What comments? Oh yeah. It's going to just come in and create a label that's incorrect, but it's really easy to take care of it. So I mean, it makes a map more immersive doing it this way and makes it look nicer. And then I'm only setting up the ability to go into buildings that are explorable within Lost Mines. I mean, technically they can break in every house they want, but I'm not going to take the time to build it out for them. So I just created terrain walls all over the place so that they'd be there. If you're doing like what I've done before, then you have to use multiple scenes, but not on this. I mean, this is the roofs, the layers, they're all in a single scene. Everything is within the same scene. So it's just going to be a matter of adding tiles and putting those tiles on the levels. Like here, I'm going to need another level called, let's just call it second level. Right? And then we'll need to adjust this from 21 to 30. And this will be from 11 to 20. So this will pick up where they're supposed to be. So you just have to have, yeah, the numbers are in feet. So like right now, there's no second level showing up. There's our roof. There's our ground level. Second level will show up when it's there. And that's just there for the purpose of setting up all your levels. Once I get this thing totally done, I'm going to import it in, do some testing, and then we'll show it in stream after we're done with this map. I mean, I still have, if I'm honest, I still have a lot to do. Because let's bring in our trace. And there's our trace image. I just screwed the map up. And here's our trace image. We've got to start laying down bushes, a bunch of other stuff. Finish decorating out the town and have it ready for them to travel around. But, oh, that's right. I didn't worry about. If you look at the compare levels, I didn't worry about keeping it in line with, totally in line with the, with that. But I've got a lot of stuff to do to finish this map up, and then I'll pull it in. I just wanted to make sure that everything was working before we kept moving. But what you'll do, like I said, you're going to import in Foundry. Once you install all those modules, you're going to have this, and you're going to place tiles. You know, if I'm going to place a second level tile for second floor, I need to be on there. Then I'll place the tile that I export for the second floor on top of where it's going to go. You know, in this case, it would be, I think the tower is here, right? So you can build it several ways where you do individual tiles for each building and drop them in place. Or you can do it where you do what we're doing and I'm doing it across the level. If for some reason that fails, then I'm going to go ahead and just export little tiles and then create that on Dungeondraft and export that as a module with everything built out and ready to go. All right. So what building are we in here now? Oh, that's Harbin Wester. This is one where I don't think it even matters. I don't think we'll ever be going to his home, but let's put a nice floor in because he's crooked. Nah, he's not getting that floor. That floor's too nice for him. Burned down the orchard. That was not nice of them. Why'd they burn it down? He's an NPC. He shouldn't be going with them on their quest. So I think we need this to go negative about there. Let's find out. It's actually close, but I think I want the floorboards going that way. So I need it to go 90 degrees minus, let's just say 4. Let's try 86 degrees. Put it down here so I can compare. I think the only campaign I've ever run where they ended up with NPCs going with them was Tomb of Annihilation. Because you had that guy and the weird dragon thing that that didn't speak, just gave off sense to give an idea of what he was thinking. The hell was that guy's name? But yeah, I've never, I'll be honest, I think that party would be in trouble with me. There would be a warrant out for their arrest for destruction of the orchard. So we have a slight problem here. There's no road going to this guy's house. He's supposed to be like the mayor guy, and he doesn't have a path to his house? Oh, it's over here. Did we somehow not put that in? Okay. Yeah, have fun with those. It does make, I'm telling you, it makes the game run a lot easier. Anything you can put in there that helps. I mean, I love Foundry, but anything that makes life easier is a good thing. And stuff like that is definitely a good thing. All right, we definitely got all that stuff in there. We missed a couple of little road spots. Alrighty. I think we're going to think we're going to call it here. Tomorrow we're going to start building up these buildings in layers and see how that goes. But I think everything will work out fine. So everybody, have an awesome rest of your day. Thanks for stopping in. We'll be on tomorrow. Now, tomorrow we may take a break from mapping and do some gaming. We'll see what we're going to do. But I really want to get this part done by the end of the week. So we'll see. But everybody have a great rest of your day. And we'll catch you tomorrow.